test. Testing the mic. Mic test. Testing the mic. Sounds pretty good to me. Bit of a delay on it, but that's to be expected. Let me turn down the, well, let me transition in and then turn it down. Where's my paint screen? Transition. Takes a second. I've done a little adjusting to the audio levels. Hopefully it won't be blowing your ears out this time around. I think it's still a little high. Let's try it right there. Testing 1 2 1 2 3. I think it's still a little high. Let's try it right there. Testing 1 2 1 2 3. I think it's a little better. Well, howdy, another Nate. We're back at it today. Welcome, welcome. Got a little bit of a different setup for my chat feed this time around. My laptop that I usually monitor the chat on died, and so I dug out my old phone, and I have mounted it to the wall right here, and I'm using it for a chat monitor. So it looks to be all right. I've got a glare-free screen right here. I can see the chat. Can see my feedback here. Got the camera on the desk, and the camera's rolling. We're gonna hop on into it tonight. So welcome, welcome. If y'all ain't been to a paint stream here at Countrified Minis, we're working here in the Bullshit Corner 2.0, getting a little work done. You know, these hobby hangout streams are kind of a place where I can fill some space in between major video releases, which I'm working on one right now. We've got the Octavia Grimm's Daughter video coming out. Unfortunately, it's like it's two and a half weeks behind schedule, so it's not going to be able to promote the contest. So, you know, for those of y'all who don't know, the Bromat Academy Contest 15 Battle Buddies will be over in 2 days. Actually, tomorrow night, midnight Pacific Standard Time, your submissions have to be put in. But if you have time to get something done and get it done and in a rush, send it on over. It's worth a shot. And then we'll be doing a giveaway on the Discord as well. And for that, I'm going to be working on my entry tonight. I have not had any time to paint on it, and we're going to get rolling on it. So we're going to be working on Moriarty here. There's a bit of a delay. Yeah, we're working on Moriarty. That's the named character pair for Nomads, Carlotta Kowalski and her peripheral Moriarty. Little tiny model. It's a Silhouette 1 model from Infinity, so really, really tiny little boy. But it should be fun to do. We're also going to be filming this one, so I'll be making a piece of content about the Battle Buddies sometime mid next month, and it will feature everybody's submissions. So if you have a submission, please feel free to submit it. We'll also we'll consider taking late entries as well, but I think we might have to wait the drawing for those who actually submitted for the Bromat Academy as well, because really it's what it was all about. I meant to promote it, and I just, you know, life gets in the way, and that's unfortunate, but here we are. We're gonna get a little work done. See if we can't paint this model in one night. I'm gonna use some speed painting techniques and get it a rolling. And again, I'm also gonna film it. So without further ado, let's jump into it. And first we're going to start out by filming it. And I'm going to try a few shots of this until I get one that, yeah, looks great. Excellent. So we're going to get out our Moriarty here. And as always, I'm just going to tear into this thing. And then I think I might need my pliers to pull this staple out. So let's get that out of there. We can start talking about, or at least in the video, we'll be talking about working with these metal models. We've got our fun little card. And comes with a pair of bases. And we've got, let's see, Carlotta herself and Moriarty. So we're just going to be working with Moriarty. You can see he's a tiny little boy. Tiny little feller. And I hope all the parts are in here. Corvus Belli is known to occasionally mispack things, but they're really good about replacing the parts if that happens. So those are her parts, and then here is Moriarty's set. So we're gonna put it back away. Carlotta, I will paint her another time. I might hit her with a little primer while we're doing the primer steps. Oh, just watched Lila Mev's new video. I have not seen anything about it. I must not be getting notifications. Was she doing some... Didn't know someone had sculpted me as an orc. Oh, that... I'm quite intrigued. I'm going to have to check it out. I'll have to queue it up for the nighttime watch tonight. I usually go to bed watching mini content. Okay, so we're going to be working with a metal model today, and it's going to require a bit of cleanup. That's a little different from plastic stuff, so we always need to you know, go over the model and really make sure we know what is detail and what is flashing. So looks like that's all the flashing on the body there, and then we get the arms as well. I imagine that this step right here is part of why, you know, some people hate working with metal models. I personally prefer metal models. I like the feel of them. They have a certain heft that plastic models don't have. Sorry, I got something in my teeth that's driving me insane. But yeah, there's flashing to be removed. And this one is pretty bad right here. On little fiddly bits like the arm here, it's real easy to take off too much. But you know, if you're ever confused about it, these models do come with the little art card. Should clarify any issues. Okay, so next is these fins on the back. I guess this is like a backpack thingamabob. So we're going to get that going. See, I very nearly cut this bit off here. But I did not, because it is not something to be removed. It's really important to check your models from all angles. All right. Now, once we have all the flashing clipped, we're going to want to go back and do a little more cleanup. So for that, I've got my hobby knife. And we just want to, you know, make sure we're removing any little spots of mold lines, and extra bits that are going to make it look ugly once we hit it with the paint job. I'm going to be using some contrast paint on this, so it's gonna show up for sure. Cat Daddy. Gas in tank. Resume commute. Ooh, traveling. Some more interstate travel tonight. You know, it's funny. I generally will turn on like audiobooks and podcasts and whatnot while I'm driving long distance, but I've never had the chance to get into a stream while driving. It'll be awesome, I think. Long, lonely hours on the highway. Some YouTuber, you like their content? Sounds like a fantastic evening. All right. Surprisingly, Moriarty here has some really clean seams. Not too bad on the mold lines. Very expertly cast. And I don't know if any of you out there are Infinity players, but Infinity has been, you know, really high quality metal models for years. And at some point they started introducing COcast as a way to save money, save costs. And I haven't been as pleased with them. The metal models, you can tell they have really perfected the art of casting them. I prefer them. They're much better. And then even worse, they for one of the last tournament packs, they had some models that were cast by an outside company, and that just felt so wrong. So Corvus Belli is a small Spanish company. They do everything in-house. Well, most everything. So it's really hard to see them, you know, not do in-house stuff. All right. Let's get out a file here. Grab a triangular and a rounded one. And start cleaning them up even more. Little bit of issue right there. Not too bad. It probably don't even show up on camera. But there's a little bit of a mold line on this foot. Let's reduce it. A little bit on the leg. All right. Normally, tell y'all the truth, I don't usually put this much care in cleaning them up, but this is for a contest after all, and I'd like to, you know, have the best chances I can. Though some of the guys in the local meta are exceptionally good painters. Insanely good even. So I'm not gonna get my hopes too high on it. But that said, there's gonna be a random blister given away as well as like proper winnings. So everyone has a chance. A little bit on that tip there I still need to remove. See if we can't get rid of that. All right. So we've got our backpack with two fins, left and right arms, Moriarty himself, and then the base. Now, Corvus Belli has these bases that mark the front arc. I'm not a fan of that. I kind of hate it actually. So one step I always do is to remove remove that little bit of extra plastic off the sides. And then I paint on the markings later. I know it would drive some people insane, but I've been playing this game longer than these line of fire bases have existed, and I don't like them. So this is definitely an optional step. I'll talk about that in the video too, of course. Which we're probably looking at like mid-October for that one. Apparently we're aiming to get the Octavia video out, perhaps even this weekend. I got a few shots to film. Got some editing to do. And then after that we'll release the Urban Mech video. And we got some fun collaborations coming up as well later in the month. So October should be a fairly busy month for video production here at Country Fried Minis. Alright. Just about got this scraped down. And then we're going to take our Army Painter flat file to do the final smoothing. And of course, this is just a plastic base, so you can really chew it up quickly. So it's best to work in tiny, small movements. Anyhow, I wonder if I should do a some kind of poll this evening. What's a good poll theme? Something Infinity related. Something metal models. I think I'll put it in next time once I take a break. What is the best material? Okay, so Infinity bases come with these slots for the tabs, but they're difficult to remove at times. So we're gonna set Moriarty here on the base and take our hobby knife. We're gonna make little marks to either side. And I think I'm actually going to could use the Dremel to make this easy, or it could be silly, and I kind of like silly. So let's get down our yes. Let's get down this ridiculous Bowie knife. Now you eat crystals. I tell you, I haven't had crystals in years. Of course, I'm vegan now, so they don't really have an option for me. But I do have fond memories of getting some little crystals burgers growing up. My grandfather liked to take us kids there. It's always a good time. Seems like quality road food as well. All right. Handled this knife poorly, like an idiot. Okay. I choose to use this knife, one, because the comedic factor. Two, it's a nice, heavy, honking piece of metal. And it will help push through these. This plastic tends to be a little tougher than you'd expect. So it's good to use a nice, heavy blade or a power tool when pressing it through. These little hobby blades can be underwhelming. All right. So we've got our slot carved. And let's see if our Moriarty figure will fit. Nope. Need to carve off a little more. So let's carefully clear out some more of this plastic. Again, I don't know why they made this plastic so tough. Could have taken out a few more microns of material or something. All right, it's still not enough. Well, that ought to do it. Is that enough this time? Sure enough, there he goes. Alright, we've got Moriarty on the base. So, from here, unusually enough, this project is going to call for a guest palette earlier than normal. So, we've got a few options here. While y'all are here, let's see what y'all think. If I could pick these up. I cut my nails for this stream and now I ain't got none. Alright. So my first choice was Mew, because he's a little cat. But I've also got Squirtle and Wartortle, as well as Magikarp or Executor. I'm leaning towards Mew. And I tell you what, I'm gonna go enter the the poll for the night. And if y'all have any input before I get back, let me know in the comments, in the chat, and I'll pick your your guest palette. Otherwise, I'll be right back. Let's do a purple best model material. There we go. Pop that in. Coming back. Headphones on. All right. Best model material, metal, of course. No, I hide this. I am inclined to agree there, Another Nate. I think Mew is the proper choice here. It's also small, so I'm not wasting a lot of sticker material. Perfectly reasonable. Thank y'all for your input. Seems to make sense to me. Because it's a cat. Moriarty's very cat-like. He's got kitty cat ears. You know, it'll be fun. Alright, so as always with these clips, we're gonna slide this thing onto the frame and then hover for a minute, because the camera's gonna zoom in on it. It's gonna make the Pokemon sound, and then we'll get out our super glue and put a little super glue on our guest palette. I've just found that it's easier to work like this. No way metal minis are better than plastic. But have you considered that they're heavier? Welcome, Peganeko. I mean, there's just something satisfying about a chonker of a metal mini. Like my Megarabagard, for instance. Like, you could murder somebody with it like a projectile. It's just, oh, it's got such heft. It stays where you place it on the table. Unfortunately, it does take a little more hobbying. You got to pin the parts. You got to use super glue or epoxies to put it together. Often there's some gap filling issues. So, like, you know, I get there's some points, there's some validity in wanting plastic, but just something about that weight, so very nice. I prefer plastic for minis only because my metal ones from the 90s bash the crap out of each other in storage. Yes, that is super valid. I got a buddy who basically spent a bunch of money on a whole bunch of battletech tanks from Iron Wind Metals, and then they kept scraping each other because his case is really overpacked, and he had me 3D print all the tanks that he had and traded me his official Iron Wind Metals ones for the new 3D printed versions. Of course, you know, a lot of my opinion on this comes from being as ancient as the dirt itself. You know, I'm very fond of old school lead models. I like those mid 80s pieces, early 90s stuff. Just something nice about them. Okay, so I was thinking we might need to do this boy in what do they call it? Assembly painting? Or sub-assemblies, is that what it is? But I don't know, it's so small. He's so small. Hell, I'm gonna have to use tweezers to put it together. Let's see here. This arm goes all the way across the body, I think. Yeah. That is going to make it tricky to get to the torso. Ronald Catoni says, I may have a lot of Iron Wind metal minis at this point, but not as many as the CGL resin ones, but still. Yeah, I gotta admit that the new Catalyst sculpts are pretty damn cool. I just if I could have them in metal, I'd gladly pay extra for them. And for weight, the knockout plugs from electrical boxes are perfect base weights. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Just put some extra weight in the bases. Okay. So I think ideally sub-assemblies is the way to go on this model, but it's so small. I think we're just gonna have to use some brush wizardry and go around, reach around the arms and whatnot, the arms and the fins. I'm gonna have to put some accelerator in this joint, but ideally what we're hoping to do tonight is to just get this. Oh no, oh no, I'm very glued to this. Ouch. Get any skin on there? No. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna try to get this whole shebang done in one shot, one evening. If not, I'll end up streaming tomorrow, but this submission is due tomorrow night. I've been procrastinating and, you know, working on school stuff as well. Heck, even that last, the new logo that I put up on the channel and the Threadless store was a school project, which I jumped at the opportunity to to unite hobby time and school. We had the option to do a animation, a GIF animation, a logo, or an illustration. The course is, what's it called? Introduction to Digital Media Arts. Which is interesting because I'm already pretty versed in Photoshop and Illustrator and stuff. Just during the course of my degree, I haven't been able to get into the low level studio art courses. They just fill up so quick. So now I'm taking like entry level studio art courses as a senior at university that I should have, long been done with. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see. I think these parts are gonna go on. Is it this way? Going like that. It does seem to fit better like that, but that doesn't look particularly right. Yeah, this is... I'm confused about the assembly here. I think they may indeed go like that. Of course, this bit is so small, my fingers are just in the way. On the camera. On both cameras, actually. Yeah, that looks good to me. So, this bit here, I'll set it down. So my intuition tells me that it should mount this way with the with this long edge looping around the top of this part. But it seems like that long edge seats down into that corner. And it's kind of hard to tell from this drawing because the panels here, it's just an even split down the middle with the end here. So hopefully I'm not getting this wrong. But let's give it a go. A little bit of that. Where's our tweezers? And we're gonna get this boy and seat him home. I think we'll pre-prime this too with a little bit of accelerator so it just sticks immediately. Alright, and then get a hold of this and then chunk it in there. Perfect. Now, when working with little fiddly bits, I really love the way accelerator and glue interact. In that you can, basically pre-apply this stuff. So we're going to do the same thing here. We'll take our little bit and pre-prime it with the accelerant. And stick it together. Hold it for a few seconds. And there it is. Okay. We've got our wings attached. They look all right. They look a little wrong, actually. But I think the pose is dynamic enough that it's not going to make a big difference. They are... I think they are on upside down after all of that. They don't look correct to me. Yeah. We're gonna pop those off and try again. Which also means we need to clean out this glue gunk. Oh man. Let's do that again. Alright, so these parts do not fit very well at all. There's a gap. There's an annoying gap here. And unfortunately, that is something that happens with the older hand sculpts. So only after assembling this do I realize that the wing angle on the art here has a bit of a slope downwards. It's kind of hard to tell from the art, but this top edge has a downward instead of an upward tilt to it. So we're going to do that whole process once more. And once I get these glued on, I'll be able to prime the model. And I think we may do a sub-assembly with, at least with the backpack and the body itself. Seems like they could be problematic to get underneath this whatchamacallit, this boost pack. Alright, so oh no. Oh god damn it. Alright, well, I didn't have a good grip on that and it rotated. So I think I may need to clean out this glue again. Nothing like trying to get stuff done with the added pressure of people watching. Another Nate says, sounds like a task for baking soda. I think you're right. Although, I think this gap is small enough that it will go unnoticed on the final product. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, I think I might be able to get a little... maybe a little putty work right there. Either way, faster is better in this situation. Trying to ideally get this done tonight before I go to bed. Here we go. Other wing ready. Got a good grip on it, hopefully. We're going to jam it in place. Ow. No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that looks right now. I don't like those little gaps right there. I think they may be minimized with some paint. We'll do a little tap of glue in the corner on them. Just a little bit extra. A little extra glue there. I wonder if I have any baking soda handy. You know, that's good enough. We'll just use the accelerator to cure this up, and yeah, there we go. Okay, so we take a peek at the back of the model here. Got some details on the back that get, you know, a bit covered up by this boost pack thingamabob. Honestly, this is really kind of poorly designed. I'm seeing some elements. This whole torso here is the body from an existent model already. And they've just made this bit that fits over top of it. I think it might need a little clipping to fit properly. Okay. It does fit. Oh, it floats above the body a little bit. All right. So it might actually be a job for baking soda. Let's see, I think I have some. Yep, I sure do. All right. Let's film this bit as well. Okay. Same deal. We're gonna glob on some glue. A little bit extra here. Get a big scoop of it. And I think we're gonna fill this crevice right here with a surplus of the glue. And we're gonna pre-prime the body with some accelerant and make sure to glue our part to the table first, you know, as is tradition. And then we're gonna mash these parts together. And now we're going to go back to our glue. Get a little more out. And strengthen this join with some baking soda. So I'm going to grab a little extra glue. And I'm going to carefully dab it in there. Dab it in there. This would have been a good job for thin super glue. I'll grab a little baking soda and drop it in there. Yeah. Nice hard seal right there. That should hold it really well. Okay. So, let's give a thanks to our Mew. And note that I wasn't recording any of that. Didn't record. I didn't hit record on the camera there. Oh, beautiful. I'm a smart feller. All right. So, oh well. That's footage that's not going to make it in the video. But from here, I think it's time to set up the spray booth, and hopefully the spray audio isn't too much in the microphone. I don't think it will be. Shame indeed, Sidesweek. Shame indeed. Another Nate says, "Oh yeah, fill that crevice with viscous slime." Oh my God, what have I unleashed with that Hunchback video? I'll tell you what I've unleashed is the truth. That's all I've done. It is simply the truth. We were all thinking it. I just said it, and now we all think it even more. Oh, yes. Now I've established this trend of a innuendo-filled experience that will continue. Alright, let's set up the spray guard. Let's set up the airbrush. Let's get the water. And pipette. And some white primer. Get this a-rolling. Hopefully y'all can hear me decently. I hope it's not too bad. But this is part of the process. So it's time to prime.
Alright, so as with all my priming scenes, we're going to start by showing the primer to the camera. I'm going to slide this thing over. Make sure our lid is open. And fill this cup. And for those of you who don't know or haven't caught me saying it before, I am airbrushing with a Badger Arrow. It's a Badger 105 Patriot. And I think what makes this one distinct is it's got a really small cup size, which is a little unfortunate. However, it makes the price point really good. And I just realized I need glove. Let me go grab a glove. Do I have one handy? No, I'll be right back. I keep my gloves over at the 3D print station. So let's put on some gloves. I'm gonna do it on camera too. Could make for an interesting bit. I hope y'all can hear me all right. I'm not sure if you can or not, but it is what it is. All right, so my white primer seems a little wet. So we're gonna compensate for the runniness by using very small spritzes of it. And if I build this up with very light, super light coats of it, it'll dry basically instantly. And I won't have to worry about a whole bunch of drying time during the stream. Now obviously a airbrush isn't a necessary tool to get the work done, but it sure does help. And it makes priming your models indoors not only possible but reasonable. I'm just using very, very tiny. That's right, wear you some gloves. Also good, you got your dust mask on. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I take this mask off and then immediately get back to painting while there's still atomized particles, at least in the environment. So I'm definitely, you know, there's a fair amount of breathing in microplastics here. Okay. Okay. I thought my camera had died for a second there. I've been having troubles with that camera today. Actually, about 6 minutes before the stream started, I had to restart the computer to get it to work. So I hope it don't go down. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. But, you know, this model's so small that I think this cup, this 1 cup of material will be enough to get a nice hardy coat of primer on it. I'm getting it a little too thick. I can see that it's shiny and wet, and that's what I'm trying to avoid here. But it is a small little feller, so this shouldn't take too much longer. Okay, that looks nice and white to me. I think we're gonna work with that. Okay, so we'll set that aside and let it cure. And I guess I can take a moment. Oops, I didn't mean to bump that. Take a moment to spray out this thingamabob here and show my technique. So I keep a pipette handy so that I can flush the water back and forth in the cup a few times. And then I also have, I got one of these spray bottles handy as well. There's that, yeah, can y'all see that? Yeah. So we're also going to flush the cup with that and let this spray till it empties out. And then we'll take, I have a wastewater thingamabob here, and just really give this a hearty spray out. That should be enough to keep it clean. Turn off the compressor, let the air go out. Boom, we're done. It's primed, it's ready. I'm gonna remove this needle and set this thing aside. There we go. Primed model. Excuse me. Rid of our spray out booth.
Respirator off. Back to it. Make sure we continue to breathe in all those nice aerosolized plastic particles. What's happened here? How bad is that? Okay. All right, so now we can actually get on to painting. With our fresh little model here, freshly primed model. Man, what is this angle? Is that any better? I got real whacked out. No, that's awful. How's that? I guess we'll see here in a minute. Okay. All right. So it looks like I'm down to about 7 sheets of this here, maybe less. This here parchment paper. I'm gonna have to do a re-up here soon. All right. So get rid of the old peel here. Got a whole bunch of metal paint on there from the last batch. And we're gonna hydrate this boy. Now, the color I'm thinking for this model is going to be moot green. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that tone, but it's a really bright green color from Games Workshop. And I think that's what I want to go for. So, get rid of these gloves. And see if we can't locate our moot green up here. What am I hung on? There we go. Get our moot green. A little bit of yellow for the highlight. I think we'll use some warp lightning contrast. We're going to use the metal color. What other kind of details on this little boy? So, focus. I think we need at least a contrasty color. We can probably get away with doing a bunch of silver in here, like on the ribbing and the spine. I need a good contrasty color. I think we'll use this here. Where's it at? I have a bottle of black up here. I know I do. Yeah, Black Legion. There we go. So we're going to work with moot green as the base coat, as the base color. We're going to use warp lightning kind of to develop that tone. We're going to use phalanx yellow as the highlight tone, and I want some sections of it to be black, like the leg bits here. I think that'll give a nice bit of contrast to it, and then we're going to put some metallic in there as well, which will probably end up with a little gnome oil wash as well. So let's get a, what is this, a 2 round little tiny brush? Well, not a tiny brush, but a sharp brush. And we'll start with, I think we'll start with our warp lightning. I really love this tone. I used it to paint some Zuyongs, which are the heavy infantry for Yu Ching. Ended up looking really good. I did, let's see, it was warp lightning and then a dry brush of War Boss green, and then a 50-50 mix of phalanx yellow and War Boss green over top as like as a carefully applied highlight tone. Orange is the traditional green complement. You're right. You're absolutely right. Could I get away with an orange? I might could. I do have a orange somewhere up here. Where you at, buddy? There's purple. There's Crusader skin. I have this fire giant orange. I could give it a shot. That does mean I need to be a little more careful about the application of this green here. So try to go lightly with the with this tone right here. Wow, I tell you, this is turning out to be a little harder to film than I was expecting, since it's such a little model. But I relish the challenge. Anyhow, develop our tones here. Establish our base of this lovely warp lightning, which is the second color of second contrast color I ever worked with. First one was Apothecary White, and I picked it up to paint my 15th Arcturan Guard, which are just they're basically just the same as painting Comstar White, except then you go back and you do the tiger stripe shoulders. Lots of factions have white mechs. All right. That's the head, base coated. From here, let's get that chest piece. And I'm not too worried here about getting extra of this in the crevices, because I'm gonna carefully go in and apply some metallics in between the major panels. But this little feller, you know, he's got such complicated surface details and a lot of stuff going on, so I feel like the contrast paint is kind of the way to go. I'm just gonna work around these panels and get it painted up. You know, at the end, I think we might end up oil washing this at the very end, which won't be part of the stream, or at least like nothing past applying the oil wash, because it takes time. Like, you need to let it sit for like 2 hours after applying. I think we will indeed. We're gonna hit this with contrast paint and then some highlights, maybe an ink wash. I don't necessarily think it's necessary. And then at the very end, I'll hit it with an oil wash. Just give it a little extra vibrancy, or not vibrancy, the opposite of vibrancy. Grime it up some. All right, so I think what we're gonna do is put the orange on. Get a pointer here. We'll put orange on like the arm, the upper arms here, and then like the Under Armour portions of the legs. It's like right here. And then this will still go silver. And then I think most of this backpack is going to go green. Let's apply that now. It's always nice when you're applying contrast paint to an area that you know is all going to be one color, because you can be a little more reckless in the application of it. I think we're going to try to leave maybe the leading edge, or I guess it's not the leading edge. We'll leave the tips of these green? No, orange. We'll go orange with them. Just gonna get an all over coat of this stuff. Yeah. We'll do those tips in orange. You know what am I doing here? I ought to put this on the painting handle. It's a little tiny feller after all. Could use a little more grip. Okay. Much better. If y'all ain't working with painting handles, I do recommend one. Although, can't say I recommend the current Games Workshop painting handle. Definitely strikes me as an odd choice to make them so spindly. Very narrow. To me, it kind of defeats the point. Having a nice chunky handle to grab onto these little models with is really nice. I wish I would have picked up a few more of these before they switched. But hey, hindsight's 20/20, they say. Somebody is smoking cigarettes underneath my window. I can smell it. All right. I don't know if that's something that bothers any of y'all, but I am a non-smoker for several years now. And there's like a little alcove at the building underneath my apartment. And there have been people hanging out there to smoke. It comes right in my window. Making a little progress, getting some green on there. I love the way it just sucks right down into the crevices. Does so much of the heavy lifting for you. Of course, this isn't going to be the final green tone, but it does look pretty good. Almost has a what's that Eldar faction with that are white and green? Bealtan? Almost has a Bealtan look to it in its current state. Alright, we're going to do the thighs. in this greeny tone. We gonna do the pelvis too? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we'll do the pelvis as well. Kind of circles back around. My thought process here is circling back around to the idea of the sub-assemblies. And it's interesting in that, like, trying to get details on these little bits, like in between the legs and under the arms and whatnot, would be an utter nightmare. But I'm using contrast paint, so as long as I'm careful with the application, it's kind of taking care of some of that for me. And even when I go back to highlight it with the moot green, I won't have to worry about it too much. Just hit the points that are visible. Okay. I think that's all of our... I think that's all of the, what you call it? The warp lightning. So from here, we're going to swap to the orange paint. At your suggestion, another Nate. It's twice now. You've directly affected one of my videos live. If it happens again, I'll have to send you a sticker or something. Might ought to put some stickers up on the shop anyways. Alright, so I'm going to bust out this here Fire Giant Orange and put some out. A word of caution to y'all using these speed paints. I don't know if you saw the Dana Howell video talking about these, but they have a shaker ball inside them. If you try to squeeze them out straight down, they will clog up and it'll, you know, it'll pop if you squeeze it too hard. So always decant these at an angle. You don't run into any troubles. Yeah, let's get some orange on this boy. Wonder if I could still get away with a little bit of the black. I don't know. Now, for what it's worth, I'm hitting this with a much lighter touch than in the Samus video. Instead of just flooding the surface of the model. I'm applying this very gently. To just go orange all the way down. You know what? Yes. I'm just gonna go orange all the way to the feet. I was thinking I should do the hooves in green, but this is fine. Plus, I can always go back in and paint them over with silver or something later if I need to. I think the orange feet are going to look really good. Plus, I'm planning on doing like some really heavy weathering to this boy. So a lot of that vibrancy is going to get toned down anyways. This ain't too different of an experience as compared to what's that mech that comes in the Comstar set, the light one, the Mongoose, I think. Kind of looks like this. Got the digitigrade legs and the hoof feet. couple lasers. Reminds me a lot of painting that mech. That one was just white with apothecary white contrast. Dude, you should sell your retired guest palettes. You know, I thought about that. One of the ideas that I had as the channel grows, because I don't think it'd have the traction right now, would be to make little framed pieces of art out of these things. So take my used palette and put it in a frame with the guest palette on it. Maybe sign it, maybe do a drawing over top of it. I think they could be really, really creative. And a way to sell some, you know, finer art. I am an artist, after all. It's actually something that I should probably discuss with my professor in my current professional development class. So I'm taking this class called, oh man, I can't remember exactly. It's like process and professional development, something like that. And basically the focus is to develop your portfolio and experience as a fine artist. Like if you're gonna prepare to do gallery work, you know, actually do something with your art degree as a trained artist, and make connections and get hosted at galleries, and, you know, sell paintings and shit for high dollar. I'm taking a different approach. It's like I do paintings, I do drawings, I've been known to make art, but I do YouTube now. And been chatting with this professor about how to incorporate some of the professional development angles in furtherance of this pursuit. Oh man, do I just go orange here? Maybe I do just go orange here. See what it looks like. But yeah, that's I guess what I was getting at is let's see what he thinks of the idea of selling the palettes. Really awesome dude. He's an artist himself and a curator at a couple galleries. Really encouraging and realistic. It's a neat class, for sure. Not one that I would have taken normally, but it's what they call the capstone course. So, like, you have to take it. You don't get an option. It's part of the fine art degree. Kind of working on artist statements and a web presence and business cards and stuff like that right now. Okay, green and orange looks all right. I think it was the right choice. I think it was indeed the right choice. I need to go back in and clean up some of the green real quick, but from here we're gonna move immediately back into some of the shading steps. Maybe the highlighting steps first. I think we darken it down before we brighten it up. Guess I'm not going to use that black or the silver on this. Oh, on the topic of wet palettes, I hadn't even seen mine since April. Found it a few days ago. Paint was still viable. That is utter insanity. Kind of awesome, though. Really speaks to the utility of such a tool. Doing like a long paint up project that spans multiple days. It's a really cool tool. Let me plug this phone in real quick. Okay, so what's next here? I think since I've committed to orange, I need to get out a equally bright orange. So we'll be working with Moot Green and Fire Dragon Bright. So let's pop out the Moot Green first, I think. And what we'll do first is dabble some down, and then we're going to grab a little bit of our warp lightning and mix it up here, and we'll develop this nice intermediate tone. And we're going to work a little bit in between these two tones. So we'll get a nice another step down. I'm going to go down another step right here. And because we're on the wet palette, you know, this stuff will last long enough to get some work done. Effectively, I'm going to end up with 4 tones of green here. One, two, three, 4. We're going to start layering it on. Kind of rough about it. Not really doing like full coverage, because at the end again we're going to be doing some oil paint. I think we're going to be doing some sponge chipping, so like, you know, just going to apply this highlight here kind of rough, leaving it mostly exposed in the crevices. Doesn't have to be perfect. After all, this is just the first step here in bringing this tone up towards that lighter green. And then, you know, we're going to focus this on very visible areas. So your wet palette is the cheap one you get from the lobby. I am not super familiar with Hobby Lobby products. I'm very spoiled. I live within, let's see, 2 blocks up and 3 blocks over. I live within 5 blocks of Blick. So I just, I'd go down to the art store when I need stuff. And I guess the advantage of Blick is they don't do their own branded stuff as much as Hobby Lobby does. So I end up paying more, of course, but generally get better quality products for the most part. I did try out Hobby Lobby while I was staying with my folks in Tennessee. They built one in my hometown, and I got a cheap student grade set of gouache paints for a class I was taking at the time. They worked all right. They performed above their price range, but they definitely still performed at student grade and not artist grade. But they were good enough for the course. And I haven't painted gouache since. If you're not familiar, it's like kind of like a thicker, more opaque watercolor. Okay, we're just hitting all these little panels, hitting the raised areas, not trying to kill ourselves with it, just get some paint on it. And this color currently is 50% contrast paint, so it's still pretty translucent. As we work down towards the moot green, it'll have more vibrancy. And just brightening things up. Getting it here and there and everywhere. And like, okay, so the underside of this arm is basically completely never seen. So I'm gonna hit it with a quick hit of this stuff from the side of the brush, and I don't think I'm gonna touch it again for the remainder of this project. Just working quickly, going around the model, leaving the more or less, I'm hitting everywhere that's not explicitly a crack, a deep crevice. Trying to favor anywhere that's a panel. We're gonna hit the inside of this jetpack thingamabob now. And it looks like it's mostly just a flat panel there. So we're gonna hit it quick and easy. Moving fast, getting it done. As we put on the lighter tones, we're going to favor these like raised areas even more. Anywhere like the upwards facing segments, I should say. This is Masterson, so a name brand but cheap. Never heard of them actually. But if you find a good wet palette that suits you, that you don't have to break the bank for, yeah, so it's a fantastic investment. I hear my local French street preacher out there trying to convert the masses. Stands under my window and talks religious gibberish in French. I definitely get my share of the crazies downtown here in San Francisco. I live across the street from a homeless shelter. So every now and then one of their clients is noisy and or problematic. A lot of folks unfortunately get stuck on the streets due to mental health issues. It's really sad to see, but what are you gonna do? Tell you what I'm gonna do is go over there and shut the window. Heat be damned. Yeah, it's been really hot in San Francisco for the last couple years. And well, there's no such thing as air conditioning in San Francisco because you know, we've never needed it before the last couple years. So I have to leave my windows open or just, you know, cook in my apartment. And sometimes you have crazy homeless people just making noise underneath your window. It's great. I can still hear them through my closed windows. Honestly, I'm so not an artist, I can only name Crayola plaid. Really, that's about it. I think of like Liquitex and Golden. Shit, what's the other one? Winsor and Newton, I think. Yeah, they do the oil paints that I use. I definitely recommend Liquitex stuff if you... I don't know if Hobby Lobby carries it. You can definitely order on Amazon. What's the other brand of the ink I use? Daler Rowney? Here we go. Let's just grab these. So... those, get this, get that, get this. All right, so Golden is, let me stop that recording there. Golden is like artist grade acrylics. They tend to be a little bit shiny. So you got to be careful there. They have a So Flat line that's really good. I think, I want to say Lila Mev did a video on them. It might have been Dana Howe, one of the gals. But Golden's really good. Kind of my go-to with the for basing. Liquitex for like mediums and the inks. So shout out to Liquitex for the best white paint that exists, and it's not a paint. Titanium white Liquitex acrylic ink stuff is magic. Big recommend the Daler Rowney inks. Oh yeah, Hobby Lobby has both the inks. I got a bunch. Yeah, these are really good to have in your arsenal. Winsor and Newton for stuff like varnishes. This is my go-to varnish. I usually buy it in a bottle that looks like this. This stuff is flat. And I guess it's matte, but it's closer to flat than matte. This stuff is UV protectant, and it's almost got like kind of a rubbery texture to it. So like it puts the it puts a nice feel to your models, and it while still being perfectly clear. So you can really tell that they're protected. And then of course Winsor Newton also does the oils. So I do recommend at least these two colors in your collection: lamp black and burnt sienna, and then some white spirit, and you can get a lot of work done. Although I've also picked up recently, and of course this is a game store and less a art store thing, but I just picked up some Abtelung 502 oil. I think I might use it on this model here. Give it a shake. But yeah, I think it's worth taking a trip to the art store proper every now and then. And I guess it's unfair because Hobby Lobby is really an art store, but I don't know. There's something kind of nice about going down to Blick, especially if you got like a budget you're gonna work with. You got like, 60 to $100 that you're ready to spend. You can come out with some really awesome products and some really nice brushes. And generally you're getting a good deal. Plus, I have a student ID, and I get a discount at Blick for being a student, which is really awesome. It's like 15% off or something stupid like that. I don't know if other locations do that or if it's just a San Francisco thing, but I've definitely taken advantage of it. From time to time. Moriarty. Samurai Pizza Cat in green. I never actually saw Samurai Pizza Cat. I'm aware of its existence. I never experienced it. I think I might have to go back and paint those ears orange. I don't think we have anything better than Michael's in this end of the state. I can't hate on Michael's at all. Whenever I go visit my grandmother down in Florida, I always find an excuse to go by Michael's. You can find some cool stuff there. Definitely find some overpriced crap, but you can find some cool stuff there. I picked up my clippers there, actually. These are Bead Buddy, I think is the brand. I got them at Michael's for... Yeah, Bead Buddy, right there. Got them for $10, and I've been using these for like 5 years now. It's just about time for a new set. I think I might splurge and go for one of those higher end Gunpla nippers, but then also another one of these, because this thing is just like great. Gets the work done. Okay, making progress. I see some spots on this model that could stand to be metallic. Now I'm sitting here thinking about it. There's like some vents on the gun here. or I guess it's not a gun, it's like an engineering tool. Maybe like the vents back here. I also see a spot that I missed with the green. Let's put a little green on that. But I want to work with this green before it dries out first. Can maybe get away with these vents in silver as well. But we're just about done with this first tone of green. To the back of the head here. Okay. Yeah, looks all right. What's next? I guess I'll just go to the next tone. Okay, so next tone. A little lighter, a little brighter. Concentrated towards the sharper edges, the upper facing flat portions. Oops. I didn't get the chest. We'll go back to that other tone first. Okay, there we go. So now we'll grab our second tone again. We'll start working it as a highlight. Beginning the process of highlighting. Now normally with my infinity models, I don't do this many layers of highlights. I'll just go base tone and then a really, really heavy ink wash. And then build back up the base tone. And then I'll do one layer of 50-50 between a highlight color and the base tone. And then I'll do some very, very sparse edge highlights of the highlight tone. And generally that's good enough. I spend maybe, I don't know, 4 to 8 hours on a model. Of course, Infinity is like, you know, I got 15 models total. So it's, you know, easier to afford that amount of time to your pieces. We do have a Hobby Town. They got lots of scale model stuff, but insanely priced. $12 for a blister of woodland tufts. That does sound a little high. Never heard of a Hobby Town. Although, you know, if you're down there when you have the extra funds, there's something kind of nice about picking up your hobby stuff in person and off the shelf as opposed to just ordering it online. I get that a lot. So sometimes when I go with a buddy of mine to our Battletech day at Games of Berkeley, we stopped by Ace Hardware, and the Ace Hardware location there has like a whole model train section, scale modeling section, tons of airbrush colors and kits and wild stuff. I even saw a Machine and Krieger kit last time I was there. I regret not picking it up because it was gone the next time I showed up. But they're the same way, just really expensive, big markup. But still, it's nice to pick up something there every now and then. We were going there for a minute because we had a small group that played Dust 1947, and some of the units in that game are like a conversion kit for a scale model. Like I think the some of the air unit only exist as a scale kit, and then there's like the Sherman tank has a conversion kit. It's like a turret swap for it, and then I think my faction also gets the Jeeps, that quintessential World War II American Jeep. They have some conversion bits. The Germans get a Panzer II and like the half-track thing. Another Nate, that's about the worst. They sell the rock molds for the same as the Woodland Scenics website, like $8. See, that's not bad. Not bad at all. It's remarkable sometimes when you go to a location that you perceive as really expensive, and then they have like very reasonable deals. I actually get that a lot in my. So I live above this grocery store that like heavily upcharges stuff because, you know, San Francisco, and they got to make the rent and whatnot. But certain products down there are just like very reasonable. So I would say it's not uncommon for a storefront you perceive as expensive to have products available in a reasonable price range. Good to hear. Good to hear that your local hobby spot has good stuff. All right, we're making our way around on this second green tone. Just building up the colors. Building up some opacity. Just about ready to go to the next color. And I think I might even add in a little bit of the phalanx yellow at the end. We'll see how it looks once I hit the pure moot green on it. We're just hitting most of the area we just hit. And this is like 60-40, maybe? Maybe 70-30. Moot green and the warp lightning. Excuse me. Just about made it all the way around. And all this is still with that that 2-round. Okay. So we made it back around. We're going to go with our third tone here. And this is like 15% warp lightning, mostly moot green. So now we're going to start like intentionally leaving some of that other color underneath showing. Really sticking to the elevated areas, the upper portions, making sure we have that darker tone shown in the crevices. Go a little lighter on the face than the rest of the model, because like we want our viewer to focus on the face. Still haven't chosen the color I want the eyes yet. I think we'll go back and paint the ears in orange. I hope y'all can see this decently. I'm looking up at the feed and it's very small on my little phone there. But rest assured that this is being filmed and will become a piece of content if you want to see it, you know, up close and zoomed in on. I'm currently recording this in 4K on my phone. So why I'm leaning so far around in the face cam. I ought to adjust that. Here's a tiny little mini indeed. Let's see. How big is a peripheral? So S1 is very small. He's what? 25 millimeters tall, which is about right. The silhouette for Infinity, I don't think I have any handy. Infinity uses this silhouette system where the models are all like universally sized based on their silhouette. So Warhammer is like true line of sight, and people abuse that and will shoot like your flags and whatnot. Infinity is true line of sight, but the models are actually the size of their silhouette value, which I think is it's a much better system. But it would really, I mean, it bogged down a 40K game, so I couldn't see enforcing it there. But like, I don't know, it's kind of nice. And the S1, so peripheral is a silhouette 1. They are about that size. It's like a 25 millimeter tall, 25 millimeter tall cylinder that's 25 millimeters. And then like a silhouette 2 in infantry is the same width, the same diameter, I should say, and about twice as tall. It's also neat in that the silhouette values also affect your movement, so you can jump over, or you can freely move through terrain that is smaller than your silhouette value. And you can also freely move through friendly models that have a smaller silhouette value. It's a neat game. Got some nice mechanics. And speaking of, there is a global campaign coming up. I think it starts October the 2nd. So if it's a game that you're interested in learning or want to get in and affect the campaign and the like ongoing lore, if you will, feel free to hit me up on Discord. I would love to schedule some tabletop simulator games with you wherever you are. For the most part, I can work around your time schedule. If you ain't a member of the Discord already, check the description to this video, and there should be a link down there. So join up, come show us your models, come talk shit, post memes, whatever you want to do. We got a nice community here. Come on over. Want to see what you're working with. And you get fun stuff like sneak peeks and fun opinions on stuff. So definitely, if you want to learn to play Infinity, I would love to do some teaching games with folks. It works perfectly fine in Tabletop Simulator. It's basically the same experience. And there's even a really nice 3D model module. It has most every model in the game rendered in 3D. Plus, we got a 3-week campaign coming up. Could your game could end up affecting the outcome of a narrative event. You never know. I'll probably talk a little bit more about that when I release the video on this guy, which this video will be coming up after the Bromat Academy contest is over and posted, and then we do the voting over on Confrag Mini's Discord. And we have cube, some cube even painted now. Yes, I've really been enjoying the cube project that another Nate has been working on. It's like geometric beholderkin. I hope I'm quantifying that correctly. Real fun project. Some hand sculpted stuff. Looking fun, looking great. Uh-oh. Maximum recording time reached. Oh no. My phone only lets me do 10 minutes of video at a time. Just fine. We're about to finish with this mostly moot green mixture and then start applying the moot green. What's our time looking like? 2 hours in. I think I'm making pretty damn good time, actually. All things considered, we've assembled, primed, base coated. We're through 3 layers of highlights in 1 color. Now we're going to work with this moot green, and I think I might need to thin it out. Nope, it has absorbed the right amount of water from the palette. So we're going to get some of it and start highlighting proper. Again, I'm going to favor a little bit more of this on the face. I want the face to mostly be the highlight color because it's kind of the, you know, the focal point of the model. I'm going to draw the eye there. Moot green. Uh-oh. Battery power low. Oh no. Let's plug the phone in then. I was worried this might happen. I've been charging 2 phones all day with my one USB-C cable. Been having to go back and forth with it. Alright. It's fine. Got the cable on an extendo. I just screwed that up right there real bad. I can't clean it off. It might be time to switch to a smaller brush. How about You. I'm going to switch over to this 3-0 round. Yeah, get a little more precision application. Now, this is a somewhat controversial opinion in the mini painting world, as a lot of those like big YouTubers will tell you, oh, just use a brush with a fat bottom and a sharp tip. It's great most of the time. Bonus points to anybody in the chat who knows what voice I was doing there. It's definitely it's a voice from a YouTuber. But I do recommend having some, you know, little tiny brushes in your arsenal too when you're doing little details like this. It is not just the sharp tip. It is also the small size that helps you to navigate applying these highlights nicely, especially when your hand shakes as bad as mine does. I like keeping a 3-0, a 5-0, a 10-0, and a 20-0, which I usually use the 20-0 for just pupils, because it does not hold much paint at all. It dries out very quickly. But like right here where I'm doing these little highlights, 3-0 is fine. I dip it, I put the paint on, that's all I needed it for. Move on to the next bit. Give it a quick lick and a new dip. It works fine. So here we're applying this color in a kind of interpretive fashion, just wherever we think light's gonna hit this the hardest. Sharp edges, sometimes feathering it out a bit, like right there. Probably go back with a little bit of phalanx yellow on that in a bit. Less highlight on these areas that are underneath the jetpack. Just a quick run along the edge. Here, same deal. We'll just hit the sharp edge. And then we're going to hit these. We'll do a little bit more of a feathered dealio on these upper surfaces where it's getting direct sunlight. And then some right here. And then on the bottom, we're just going to do the tiniest little line, maybe even break it up some, because any highlight that's there is from reflected light. It's not going to be as vibrant. Whew. Can I thread the needle here? Yes, I can. A little bit right there. Already got that, I think. Yep. And same deal on the leg. We're going to favor the surface of this leg that's kind of facing upwards towards the sun. And then this is a cylindrical form. So we'll put the highlight on that raised area instead of edge work. And then this gets a little bit of both. It's getting that cylindrical shape as well as an edge highlight. And then we're not even going to worry about the underside there. Well, the sharpest edge of this knee plate will get an edge highlight, but other than that, who cares? Same on the crotch piece. Just a real sharp line on the edges because it's getting some reflected light. And then same on this knee pad. And actually, it looks like it might It might get some light on that lower edge too, so we'll hit that. Side of the thigh. Sees the light, sees the sky, gets the highlight. All right. I think this underside here of the jetpack dealio is gonna get it. Another Nate says that was a good Scott. Yes, that was indeed what I was going for. I am pleased. I am very chuffed that you got that. What do you win? Nothing, because I'm a broke college student. All right, so it's looking pretty good. We've got our nice moot green built up on this boy. I think we're gonna end up going back in with the phalanx yellow. But first, I'm gonna take a moment to swig some of my Crystal Geyser sparkling water. And then we're gonna jump into some orange work. Not a sponsor, but damn if bubble water ain't where it's at. Okay. So we've got our two brushes. We're gonna do the same process now, but on all this orangey stuff. So same deal. Show the camera the Fire Dragon Bright. Grab this boy. Put out a good amount. A little bit more than you'd think you'd need. And we're going to mix into our, what is this called? Fire Giant Orange. Build up this kind of 60%, 70% contrast paint. A little bit of the orange, and then we're going to mix in a little more as it moves up. And even more. Create this nice gradation. Go down the line, do the same thing again. I put out a little too much of the orange, I think. Let's darken that up. Okay. Trying to get 4 distinct bands here. Yeah, that looks about right. We're gonna do the same deal. Hydrate or dihydrate? On that topic, yeah, I do recommend bubble water. Man, it's so good. Gives you the satisfaction of drinking soda, but it's just water. Another Nate says, I'll take internet points. You're awarded internet points. As much as I can give. Kind of like, oh, what was it they did in grade school? Cool Points? Y'all remember Cool Points? Or my, showing my age with that reference. I remember Cool Points. I think we should go back to awarding Cool Points to people. Keep a running tally. I guess that's kind of what Reddit karma is. All right, so we're just doing the same dealio, only it's less surface area this time. So we're gonna get this done swiftly. Same deal. Just real rough on the first pass. This is even translucent enough to like darken up some of the crevices if they're not dark enough. We're just going to make our way around and establish this nice tone. It's okay if it's not perfect, because we're going to go back here in a bit and do an oil wash anyways. And you know, funny enough, now that we're making Moriarty here orange and green, we have established the tones of my nomad army. If I ever get around to you know, putting any serious time into the collection. I currently own, let's see, I have 3, maybe 4. I think I have 4 alguacils. I have Lupe Balboa, the alguacil character from the Dire Foes box. I have Carlotta Kowalski. I need 3 geckos, because the list I want to build has 3 tags in it. So what? Either 3 geckos or 2 geckos and a Cyclone Sputnik. I think that's the name of it. It's a remote, the big remote, and it seems like a really fun list. It's got a core team of alguacils, so it's got some efficiency of movement. The alguacils get the fire team bonuses, making them better brawlers. And then I think we're just going to paint these fingers entirely with this color. The geckos are in a Harris, so even though they're tags, they get the extra movement from the fire team. And if any of this is gibberish to y'all and makes no sense, and you'd like to learn, hit me up in Discord. I'd love to schedule a game with you and teach you to play Infinity. Good game. Really, really intense, competitive game. A lot like XCOM. You ever played that video game? Real intense individual stuff. Hey, cool is even better. You can pull off some zany stuff in Shadowrun with that stuff. Oh, I never tried Shadowrun. Definitely heard good things. I guess the closest to Shadowrun was that short-lived Morkborg thing I was doing on the TTRPG Tuesdays. Unfortunately, one of our players had a thing come up that he couldn't miss, and it was a bad timing for us to lose a session. So I've just quietly let it die. We're going to revive the TTRPG Tuesday thing in the future, sometime soon. It just, you know, it was a lot at the moment, and well, one of our party was not able to show up to the next session at a critical juncture, so we just quietly let it die for now. We'll bring it back if that's something y'all are interested in. I've been talking with some friends to potentially jump in and play through Baldur's Gate 3 as our TTRPG Tuesday type deal as an all bard party. So if it's, you know, something that interests y'all, it's being actively discussed at the moment. If you've seen Bright, that's Shadowrun. I think I've seen that film. It's cyberpunk D&D, basically. You got like orcs and trolls and whatnot, right? But it's cyberpunk, grimdark. Maybe not so much grimdark, but I think I get the idea. Alright, so we're on our second layer of this orange. Again, we're favoring the upper portions more so than the lower portions, but it's still the second layer highlight, so it's still going on pretty thick. Most of the area is getting covered. I may need to already switch to the smaller brush with this. We're just going to work our way back around. All the way around the model. Much less surface area than the green. It's always something I find kind of remarkable about working up a model as you're going through the layers. Like when you put those first few layers on of like that main base color, and you've got so much surface area to cover, it takes ages. But then that next color you put on, it's like a little bit less work, and then the next color is a little bit less work, and all of a sudden you're flying through it, and it's like coming to life in your hands. I know I've said a few times on this channel now that I actually hate painting, but reflecting on the thoughts I'm having in this very moment, maybe I don't hate painting. Maybe I love painting. I mean, it's tedious, and it hurts my eyes and my back and my hands and my wrists and fingers. And I'm getting old, so my eyesight's not too great. But damn, is it cool to put some paint on them all and watch it come to life. It don't even have to be a good paint job. It's just like a few colors on it. And, looking good. Looking awesome. Fun stuff. Dystopia future fantasy, more corporate ennui than grim, still dark. Sounds right. I feel like Shadowrun is one of those things where it'd be really fun to play if you just so happen to have a good group and a good dungeon master. I mean, it's just so easy to get sucked into Dungeons and Dragons when going for RPG time. But some of them other titles can be really, really such a good time. Kind of how it was with the Dungeon Crawl Classics. My buddy Technor TN, of course this was during the COVID times, but he got like a big pack of Dungeon Crawl Classics PDF files, so like a ton of modules and a ton of rule books and stuff. I think he got it on the Humble Bundle, and we played for months with these characters. It was such a good time, and one of those situations where it's like, you know, took a chance and took a plunge in this game system that wasn't Dungeons and Dragons, and ended up having a blast, more so than Dungeons and Dragons would offer. Don't get me wrong, I've played my fair share of D&D over the years. You know, I'm familiar with the tropes, I'm familiar with the universe, but I see the value in other game systems. I guess long story short is I would definitely play Shadowrun. Seems cool. Alright, hit pause, hit play, or record, whatever it is, same thing. We're on to the tone next to our Fire Dragon Bright. So almost I would say we're painting what, 20-30% of each area with this color. A little too much on my brush. We're starting to favor sharp edges. The legs don't need as much detail as the face. It's a good tip I picked up from that might have been Scott the Miniature Maniac. Give that his buddy Ninja on. One of them fellers. It's a tip that really stood out for me. I mean, I'm not saying cut corners entirely. I'm not saying be lazy, not saying just skip doing it, but like the further away from the face, chest, and shoulders you get on your model, or you know, the focal point, the less effort you are required to do in the highlighting. It's like, it's counterintuitive, but by putting less work and less highlighting in the areas that aren't the focal point, you make your focal point look like you've done more work, and thus in a way create a more detailed finer painted model. I mean, to a degree, of course. Like, you could go all in and go 10 out of 10 fucking 100 layer magic on every portion of the model and have some exquisitely painted thing, but like, you know, even for contest work. It's not super necessary. We're making headway on this little boy, Moriarty, Pizza Samurai Cat. Samurai Pizza Cat? Why are they pizza cats? Should I go back and watch that anime now? Is it worth visiting? I totally run a Shadowrun game, I just need to learn to use the computer thing. But I'll warn you, those books, I only reference them for inspiration. That was in today's Miniac video, didn't watch but I listened, talking about the whole like more focus on the face. You know, it's interesting, Scott's work kind of hits me with an air of arrogance to it, so I'm not really the biggest fan of Miniac, but he does have some really good tips from time to time, some really quality stuff. Alright, so here I have kind of just favored painting the general shape of these fingers so far. And now I've got my little tiny brush out and I'm trying to hit the segments without going too much in the crevices. Okay, the next layer is going to be even more targeted. Alright, so last bit on this color, we're dipping right into the Fire Dragon Bright, and it's a little thick, but I think it'll be fine. We're going to put these last layers of what we're doing right now. I think I'm still going to go back in with a little bit of phalanx yellow to just pump those edge highlights a little better, a little brighter. But now we're really just focusing sharp edges, highest points, a little bit here, a little bit there, creating contrast. Just where we think the light would hit it. Less is more. All these like armor plates either have very large rounded volumes that would get a nice crisp specular highlight, or they have sharp edges. So, you know, just find that spot and slap that paint. Sometimes feather out the color. Less is more. Darker is brighter. Like, it's weird to think of it that way, but like, if you consider something like non-metallic metal, the non-metallic metal effect, for instance, is created by putting that contrast down, butting that super bright color right up to it. Another Nate answers my question about the pizza cats. They delivered pizza. All right. I'll have to watch it. I have to watch it now. I wonder what the best place to see it would be on. I'm sure I can find it. Someone out there has got Samurai Pizza Cats on the internet. A bit of feathering here. A little bit there, a little bit there. There we go. Now we're going to try to really clamp down and highlight these segments. Can't really see what I'm doing here. Pow, pow, pow. Pow, pow. Pow, pow. A little bit there, a little bit there. Very small amounts. It's looking pretty decent, I think. I don't know if that's showing up for y'all. It's kind of hard to juggle between the two cameras. Starting to look nice and bright. Seismic says Crunchyroll and Amazon Prime. If Amazon Prime has it, then I'm in business because I am a Prime member. Okay, so it's at this stage that I know I'm going to prepare. I know I'm going to want to do an oil wash. I gotta have a chunk of cardboard around here. I got one handy right here in the trash even. No. Is that a piece of cardboard? That is some kind of something. All right. I'm gonna take 60 seconds. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna find a chunk of cardboard. We're gonna get right back to this. Be right back, y'all. Gonna hit the restroom and get a swig of water and a piece of cardboard. Be back in like a minute, 2 minutes, something like that. Yeah. That work? Do a little audio check. Testing 1 2. Test test test. The latency's kind of high tonight. All right, we back. Found a piece of cardboard. I'm going to put this out. We're going to get our... Oh, I said I was going to try out our new Abtalung 502 paint tonight. I think we're going to do that. Try out our new Abtalung 502. Come on, meow. Can't even get it out of the tube. Oh, look at there. Honestly, I think their packaging looks a little cheap. Comparatively. I don't know. Something about the black tube. Anyhow, this is engine grease. ABT 160. And we're gonna... We don't need much. Oh my goodness. Come on now. Gnarly. I want the oil paint, not just the oil. I want the paint. There we go. There's a lump of it. Oh, that is a nice color though. Look at that. I don't know if that's shown up decently to y'all, but that is a nice, disgusting black-brown color. Very nice. We're gonna let that soak on this piece of cardboard to suck as much of the linseed oil out as possible. And what that's gonna do is really enhance the drying ability, decrease the amount of time it takes for this stuff to dry. But the reason we want to do this now is because I want this to soak out for like 20 minutes at least, and just suck up all that oil. And I don't know if any of y'all have fried food before, but don't nothing soak up grease and oil like brown paper. So cardboard's really good at. Looks like old diesel engine oil. Well, that's awesome because it is the color engine grease. That's exactly what I'm going for. Okay, so from here, I think what we're going to do is we're going to establish some highlights on this little boy. No. We're going to do metal color. I think we're actually going to try out good old Army Painter for this one. I'm going to try out some Army Painter gunmetal. Now normally I'd go with the metal color, but in this case I think for one, this brighter silver is going to look really nice, and two, I want tighter control over the paint. And I say that, but I think this is going to need a drop of water. Just a small little bead of water there. Let's thin it down. The metal colors are really fantastic, and I highly recommend them. But they're also very thin and can very quickly get out of control. And this piece is for a contest, so I want to do this in a more controlled fashion. So there were some spots I really think that this is gonna shine. Like it's got this like engineering tool on the tip of its tip of its hand there. I think that's going to look really good in metallic. So we're putting metallic on it. For the longest while, I was very averse to using metallics on Infinity models. And that is thanks to the painting style of the studio artist, Angel Heraldez. Did some really fantastic work, and no metallic colors, just matte colors, and you punched up the contrast to get that like metallic feel to certain parts. Looks awesome. None of my Hockey's Lam have metallics on them, for instance. And then I saw one of our local players plays Combined Army, and his Shazvasti units have metallics, like are mostly metallic, and they look incredible. Just like the detail on Infinity models, plus that metallics and some nice oil washes over top. Oh, c'est magnifique. They look so good. But yeah, I'm gonna try to achieve some of that here. Just gonna go into connection points and try to thread the needle here and get a little bit of metallic work without screwing up too much and having to correct too much, like that orange there. There's little bits here that, all right, I'm trying to keep this in frame too, like these little vents or whatever on the legs, they should go metallic. This whole little jet booster assembly thingamabob, that should be silver, including the openings for now. Those will get picked out later. This whole little booster thing on both sides. Again, sorry if it's not in frame. I'm trying to think of y'all here in the stream just as much as the footage that I am capturing. Yeah, that Papa Bright looks very good. There's these little port thingamabobs on the shoulder. I think they'll look good in silver, so we'll do it. Same thing on the other arm. It's got 3, it looks like. One on the front, one on the side, and then one up underneath right there. I think the back end of the engineering tool should also be a little like cap here. Should go silver. And then he's got like got what looks like, I don't know what you'd call these little things on the back of the ears. Should go silver. Just, you know, no rhyme or reason to why. They're calling to me. They're telling me, Daddy, I want to be silver. So I do it. More cool points to you if you know that reference. Be somebody who'll take you to the stratosphere. Alright, so little silver bits here and there. He's got these like little dot thingies on the feet. We're gonna hit those with the silver as well. Pow. Looking good. Little pops of color all over. Little pops of brightness. Alright. Looks good. What's next? We want to do some null oil now. Wi-Fi antennae. Maybe. Everything in Infinity is kind of connected to like an augmented reality type setup. Alright, so I'm gonna get this null oil out. And I think it's such a small amount of paint, it should be dry enough to put the oil wash or the ink wash over top. We're going to get out our null oil. We're still going to use the tiny brush, I think. And we're going to just hit those things we just hit. And hit them again. And a little bit of ink washing. Bring out some of that color. Tell y'all that that Abteilung paint on my chunk of cardboard over there has a very strong smell to it. Not in an unpleasant way. Just want to point out that I notice it more so than I do with the Winsor and Newton oils. I'm anxious to see how it performs. Y'all won't see how it performs, unfortunately. Not in an instant fashion, at least. Because, you know, you put the oil wash on, you let it sit for like 2 hours, and then you wipe it off again. So we're going to do that at the end of the stream. And then y'all are just going to have to watch the completed video to see it. And speaking of completed video, I think I should take a moment now to mention that if you got an Infinity peripheral and you ain't had time to paint it up and get it into the Bromat Academy contest, don't worry. Paint it up and submit it over on the Country Fried Minis Discord after the fact, as long as you get your model done before I release the video on this guy, which will probably be like, I don't know, 2 weeks, something like that. You can get your Infinity model featured in the video about the Battle Buddies. You won't be eligible for the contest, unfortunately. But I will accept late entries for the video itself. So you'd be more than welcome. And if it's something you'd like to pick up in the meantime and don't really know where to begin, feel free to shoot me a message on Discord. Just DM me directly. I'll get to you and can point you in the right direction. I do really recommend trying out painting an Infinity model. There's something really special about it. The details on them, so very nice. So we're also taking a little time here. Great little segue there. While we have the null oil out, we're going to punch up some of the, or punch down, I should say, some of the shadows on the face and create a little more contrast. We're going to darken up the area around those ears. Gonna punch some black into the shadows on the eyes. I still haven't quite decided what color the eyes are gonna be yet. I'm gonna hit the neck. A little bit of black. Do a black wash. Just create some deep shading there. I'm going to put a little bit of black at the join between the pack and the spine. Really get in there. Punch that contrast up. We're going to stick some in between the toes at the bottom. Not too much, but just a bit, a little bit extra punchy shade there. Right. Almost dropped it. Okay. Hopefully y'all can see that decently. I know my camera isn't the best for this, and for that I do apologize. I will upgrade eventually. I need a nice, I don't know, maybe like a 4K webcam would do it. I haven't quite figured out how to get the same quality of shots because I'm filming everything on my phone. All right, what's next? What's next for this pizza boy? I think what's next is we're gonna start with a little bit of phalanx yellow. If my camera would focus. Yeah, there we go. We'll get some of this here. Phalanx yellow. And then we're gonna put a little more over here. Dippy Daps. We're going to mix it in to our green here. Create a next layer up. Another step forward. I think we're just going 50-50 with it on both of these colors. Do 50-50 moot green and phalanx yellow, and then we'll do a 50-50 phalanx yellow and fire dragon bright. That'll give us two more layers of highlighting to really punch things up. I've said that like 6 times now, but that's what we're doing. Okay. So still we're working with our tiny little 3.0 brush. And gonna move this lighting. Realize I've had bad lighting this whole time. Shame for shame for shame. We're just gonna punch up these highlights higher, extra layers. A little bit here, a little bit there. Not much, just the tiniest little bit. A little dip on the nose, a little bit on the sides of the face, a little bit on the sharp edges here. I hope that's decently in frame for y'all. See, can I swing this over a little bit? Hopefully that's all right. I apologize if it's not. Again, this is a tiny model. It's very hard to get in frame. But we're putting this 50-50 mix of moot green and phalanx yellow on the sharpest edges, the highest points, anywhere where we put that specular highlight before with the moot green. We're going to just, in the same direction, just less is more. Kind of using the side of the brush. Like this leading edge is going to get it over just some of it. This brightest edge Damn it, I got it in the crevice. So we're really going to quickly switch to the other brush. Get the moisture in it. Rub it out. Lick it off. Rub it out. Lick it off. Rub it out. Back and forth. Get rid of the mistake. Same deal. Very sharp edge and get it in that crack again and screw up. Damn it, man. My muscle memory. It's about as visible as it gets. Thank you, another Nate, for letting me know. I will work to improve that in el futuro. Pero en este momento no puedo improve R? Is that a verb? Is that a Spanish verb? I don't know. So often Spanish verbs are just cognates to English, and it's like exactly what you think it'd be. Like insistar. Joe insisto. I insist. Or you know, a sandwich is un sandwich. Disclaimer, I do not speak Spanish. I took 7 semesters of Spanish, and I still don't speak it very good at all. Hablo como un niño. That said, if you're into learning another language and you're on the fence about what language to learn, and you live in the US, Spanish. You want to learn Spanish. Most important language to learn outside of English, in my humble opinion. I originally wanted to learn Chinese because I live in the Bay Area and it'd be very useful here. But I distinctly feel like the application of Chinese outside the Bay Area would be less impactful than Spanish. Hay mucho oportunidades para usar tu español. En todo del mundo. Es muy importante por comprender la lengua española. Es la lengua española? Something like that. Big recommend. Not ironic at all. Like, just actually Spanish good. Spanish good. I despise all the romance languages. They make my mouth feel just bad. That's fair. Actually, a million years ago, back in high school, I took Latin, which was, you know, I learned nothing in that course, but it did really help a lot in learning what Spanish I do know. Helped a whole hell of a lot, actually. Alright, so we've put on our 50-50 moot green and phalanx yellow. It's Still feathering a little bit out right here. And now we're going to go back in to straight phalanx yellow. And very gently not screw up like that. And very gently put it on just the very sharpest edges of what we just did. And sometimes feather it out depending on how round the surface is. And then here, like on the leading edges of these wings, we can break it up so it's like kind of a partially dotted line instead of just one clean stroke down the whole thing. And that'll help to create some separation there. Just the tippy tips, what we just did. Just the tips, just the tips. Tip of the ear, tip of the other ear. Just a tiny, tiny little bit. You wouldn't think a tiny little dot would make a big difference, but it sure do. It sure do. Alright, same here. Very sharp and clean, tiny touches. Kind of hitting these sharp edges with, it's like both the tip and the side of the brush. The tip of the side of the tip. But we're only hitting where the sun would be shining the brightest. So just some sharp edges. A little bit on these swept wings. A little bit on this swept wing. Uh-oh, that was a lot of bit. There we go, we'll feather it down. Alright. That really punches it up. I know I've said that a million times, but yeah. Looking good. Project is flying along. Or is it? How far in are we? 3 hours in. Not too bad. Not too bad at all, I don't think. Excuse me. Alright, I think that might be it for the yellow highlights on the green. So now we're gonna do the same thing with the orangey bits. And you know, I think, all right, same deal, just wherever we had the sharpest highlights earlier, we're gonna hit them again. So like this raised edge on the hoof, this specular highlight, these raised bits, these little things on the back, the ankle, if that, I mean, I guess it's more of the heel, if these are digitigrade. The leading, the top edge of the kneecap, maybe the toesies, not much, a little bit here and there, definitely the ears, top edge of those ears, the muscles, if you will, leading edges of these here wing tips. Top edge of it as well. There we go. And we're setting ourselves up to use the pure yellow in just like the corner of it. And then these fingers, little dots, 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 dots. A little bit right there. All right, and then we're going to dip into the pure phalanx yellow, and the same deal. We're just going to hit a little tip, just a tip-a-doo of that and that, and then the tip of the ear and the tip of that ear, and then we're going to hit only the uppermost portion of these knuckles. So just like the 3 segments that are closest to the sky. Same deal on the legs here. We'll do the corner of that knee pad. We'll do the sharp edge of this foot. The top of the sharp edge of these things on his back. And the heel. The heel here. Sharp edges here. The top edge of that knee plate. A little bit on the arm. And he's looking pretty fucking snazzy. Pardon my French. See if I can't get him in the camera for y'all. I'm waiting on the delay now. No, it ain't gonna focus on that. It's fine. I'll post some very nice studio shots later on when we're done with it. Okay, so we need to think about a color for the eyes and these little glowy bits. And I think what's going to serve us best there is a blue. And we're going to go with that classic Calidor Sky, I think, as the starting point. So let's start with this here. Get the camera to focus on it. Start with our Calidor Sky. Put a little bit out. This is very thick, so I'm going to put a little bit extra, enough to compensate for a drop of water. And we're going to put a small drop of water. I'm going to thin it down. And we're also going to do a little bit of this here Liquitex titanium white ink. Make sure the camera focuses on it. There we go. We'll put, I don't know, 2 drops of it. One on the blue and one not on the blue. Make a little bit of a gradient here. And then keep our white off to the side. All right. Once again, we're working with our 3-0 round, and we're gonna get the camera to focus on this. We're gonna take our pure Calidor Sky and very carefully fill in the eyes. Entirely. going to fill in this little doohickey mabob glowy spot on his wrist, top of the hand, I guess. Do the same thing over here. Very carefully fill that in. And we're going to do the same thing. Put it inside the openings of these, I don't know what you'd call this, engineering gun, repair tool. He doesn't have an actual gun. It's not a combat unit. A peripheral serves to extend the function of the engineer or doctor. And in this case, Carlotta Kowalski is an engineer. So when you activate Carlotta, you can activate Moriarty at the same time and move both of them, and then use Moriarty to do the engineer skill on your target. Alright, so going right back in where we just was, and we're putting some of this lighter blue, focusing it towards the bottom right, just as we would do a mech cockpit. And while I'm here, I see a little spot at the bottom that is poorly shaded. So we're gonna take a moment to flush a little bit of Nuln Oil in there. All right, back to our mid blue, and we're gonna do kind of the same deal here. Lighter blue focused towards the bottom right. Lighter blue focused towards the bottom right. I screwed that up a little bit, so I'm going to need to hit that with Nuln Oil when that section dries. And then same deal here, very, very carefully put in a little bit of this lighter blue color. Should have left it a little thicker. It's a little too thin. Struggling to get enough pigment on there without flooding the area. That's good enough. Alright. That should be dry enough now to put the Nuln Oil in. We need to darken up a spot right here that I just screwed up. We'll do that. They shouldn't take too long to dry. We're going to take our mid blue and we're going to take a little bit of white. We're going to mix it in there. Now we have a mid blue plus. We're going to, same deal. Focus it more towards the bottom right. Same with the eyes. Same here. And then again, I'm going to try to get some in the very, very middle of this thing here. I actually wish I had a 20-0 liner for this, but alas, I don't have one right now. Millennial Model Mayhem, welcome. Those orange and green splotches on your wet-ass palette look gorgeous. The minis is nice too. Yeah, usually I don't do the full blend like that, but this is a rush me job for the contest. and I don't really care about placing or doing well. I just want to make a showing. I want to get something in there. We'll take some nice studio shots when all is done. And honestly, I think he's looking pretty dang good for, we're 3 hours in. 3 hours and 18 minutes currently. I would be remiss if I didn't admit that the layered highlights here are inspired by your work. For those of you who don't know and aren't aware, Millennial Model Mayhem, fantastic channel. See some really poppin' blends, some fantastic hand-painted models. In this case, Gunpla, custom Gunpla, hand-painted to exquisite perfection. If you ain't aware of it now, do yourself a favor and go check out the content over there. Really good stuff. Very wholesome as well. Gotta admit. The uwu is well appreciated. Alright, we're gonna do... I think we're gonna punch this last blue tone up one more layer with even more white. I want like a ghostly, like a blue off-white. There we go. Like kind of reminds me of GW's old ice blue with even more white in it. We're just gonna put it at the very bottom right corner of these eyes. That's a little too much, so we're gonna clean it up. No. Alright, I need to go back down a tone and restore where I just screwed up. There we go. Instantly much better. And we're gonna put little dot to the bottom right. There's not enough room for it actually. And finally, to round off these eyes, we need to go with a tiny dot of pure white to the upper left. And it's this detail that's going to make them look like glassy, shiny lenses. Indeed, I did indeed paint a Buster Gundam with a bunch of green-orange gradients. Yes, I remember that kit. Very nice. Very nice, nice piece of content. Your blends are great, and I wish you luck in the contest. Thanks. Thank you very much. We're going to be entering over at the Bromad Academy on this one. It's due by midnight tomorrow night. So I cannot believe I didn't start on this. I've had plenty of time, but you know, between video production and school and admittedly Baldur's Gate 3, I just haven't got things done. That said, we are done with the playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. We did about 110 hours to run through it with our playthrough. And that actually could have been more, but we made some decisions that hard locked us out of some character arcs. That said, at this point, after playing it, I'm actually recommending that if you do play it, if you haven't played it yet and you want to play it, give it a little time. Let them patch it a little more, because Act 3 was really buggy. It kind of kind of hurt to see it in such a state. It felt very unfinished, especially after giving such good content so far. Oh man, those eyes look good. My samurai pizza cat. I think that's pretty much all she wrote on the color here. So I think we're gonna do some basing, and then I'm gonna mix up my oil paint, and then we're gonna do a little more work on it. More importantly, I got to use footage from Jak 3 in that video. Yes, I remember that. Yes, indeed. Jak and Daxter's best PS2 franchise. Prove me wrong. Jokes. I don't think you can be proven wrong. Also, I just bought BG3. Couldn't help myself. I uninstalled it for now so I could get work done. So waiting for patches will help me resist the reinstall for now. Yeah, it's Act 1 and 2 felt really, really nice. There was a lot of content. Act 3 kind of felt like they lost their pacing and tried to pack too much stuff in, and then a lot of spots were really buggy. So they have been patching it a lot. So whenever you do go to reinstall, it'll be a fantastic time. Now, what am I going to do for basing here? I think I want to use this new product that I picked up for that Urban Mech paint up. We're going to get out the... Where's it at? Donde? We got this Sterling mud. I think we're going to pop some Sterling mud. We're going to hit it with a little bit of Moss Effects. And we're going to hit it with... birch seeds. I don't know what color yet. Let me get those. Salute the sun, solar salutations, y'all. And we're gonna put maybe a little bit of flocking down. Make it look nice and complex. Oh no, I keep hitting the camera. I'm sorry. Okay, so step 1 in the basing is gonna be... Woo, Discord's blowing up. Whole bunch of stuff on the Country Fried Minis Discord. Y'all ain't over there sharing your hobbies. Hey, you're more than welcome to join up. There should be a link in the description down below. Okay, so I think cube update in the corner. Heck yes. I will check it out as soon as we're done here, Nate. Really enjoying seeing those come along. They've been a really fun project to watch, and it's such a privilege to get to see. Okay, so we got our Sterling mud. And I think I'm just going to go with a toothpick to apply this. And we're going to establish our basing. No, you know what? Yeah, we'll do it now. I'm gonna want to do some chipping on this guy. Kind of scary to think about going through and chipping up all them juicy highlights, but I want to do it. I think it's going to be great. I could do a little freehand on it, but I'm worried that might take away from the quality of the project with my mediocre freehand stuff. I tell you, I'm digging these colors. I think that these will indeed look great on my upcoming Nomads force. Well, I say force. I'm really only interested in making... I have a build. A single list that I want to play with that'll be funny. And it's funny because it's got multiple tags in it. Which I think is tactical armored gear, if I remember correctly. The biggest units in Infinity. Basically, crisis suits, if 40k is more your jam. But we're doing 3 of them in the Nomad Force. Gonna look awesome. Gonna be really fun, really silly stuff. I faced multiple geckos, as they're called, in Rose City Raid 2 years ago. Only my opponent was running vanilla, regular nomads instead of a sectorial, so he didn't get to take advantage of the fire team rules for his geckos. And it's a shame. They got done dirty. So Infinity, if you're not familiar, has a system called I think it's automatic reactive order, the ARO. And basically, like, during your turn, I'm actively playing. So if you move and I see you move, I get to react. I get to dodge or shoot back or, all kinds of stuff. And then it becomes what we call a face-to-face roll. So in this case, he had some geckos, and they moved, and I had a guy with a Panzerfaust, and he saw it move, so I declare I'll shoot, and my dice won out when he shot back with his other half of his order, and I blew up his gecko. And then he moved the other one, and I blew up his gecko, and I felt really bad, but it was a tournament, and it was awesome. Sounds like an amazing list, because tags are cool. I haven't played in 5+ years. Oh, man. If you find a group to play with, it's worth checking out. The current incarnation of the rules, really good stuff. I don't do so hot anymore because the community here goes really hard. The guys in the Bay Area just, whoa, it's insane. Yeah, really good time. I do like a good tag. Okay, so we got some Sterling Mud down. I think that means it is time to risk ruining everything with some chipping. Do I risk it all right now? Yeah, I think so. Fortune favors the bold, and it's going to look incredible. So, we're going to go very exceedingly light. Exceedingly? I think exceptionally is more appropriate of a term. Going to go exceptionally light on a little bit of chipping here. And we want, I think, this pair of tweezers right here. And we want to rough up, excuse me, we're going to rough up the edges of these sponges, of this sponge. Real rough, real rough. Don't want flat patches, we don't want sharp edges, but we don't want any regular sharp edges. We don't want any very large areas. Okay. Get rid of that crap. We're going to do our usual chipping mix. Excellent stream. I must depart now. Good luck with the chipping. Thanks for stopping by. Really good to see your face here in the stream. Once again, y'all, if you don't know about Millennial Model Mayhem, make sure you go check out the work over there. Some really fantastic stuff coming out of that corner. Definitely Country Fried Minis approved. Okay, so we're gonna do the usual mix: German camo, black, brown, and whole red. And we don't need much, just a dot of each, the tiniest bit. Tiniest bit. We're gonna mix them together. We're going to ruin everything. No, we're not gonna ruin it. We're trusting the process. Just like with the battletech models, it really... Oh, if I zoom in, I can see the little robot. It is so tiny. I'm realizing now that it's like... It's such a bad model for a stream on my camera here, my webcam. But yeah, I'll post some better pictures when it's all done. So we got our sponge, we got our little bit of, we got our tweezers, we got a little bit of paper towel. We're gonna take this thingy here, and we're gonna get some of the sponge. We're gonna get the sponge soaked, and we're gonna remove, I mean, pretty much all of the paint. These little tiny specks here that are coming off, that's what we want on our model. The tiniest little specks. And I guess, damn it, I should have put this back on the handle first. I'm gonna put him back on the handle. Come on, there we go. We're gonna hold it in place. And very carefully sponge our model. Trust the process. Trust in the process. Is it going to ruin highlights? Yes. 100%. That's fine. We want chips. We want chips on the model. We want chipped paint. We want chips. I want chips IRL now. What's y'all's favorite chips? I think mine have got to be kettle chips. Very nice brand. Get a sharper edge of this here thing as well. Alright. Ah. Shoot, I can't hold on to this dang old sponge. Might be easier to just work with it like this. I'm sitting here thinking about it. Easier to get precision work in. Very tiny chips, tiny tiny chips. Kind of hard to see what I'm doing here. Definitely not an easy thing to film. Normally, I'd be doing this with so much more reckless abandon, but here I'm giving it some thought, really deliberating on each press of this sponge, because it is, you know, a very destructive part of the process. Sorry if it's not in frame. Okay. I think that's a fair amount of chips. Sweet Southern Heart by Lay's. Sweet Southern Heat, you mean? Lay's good chips. Lay's is indeed good chips. I'm gonna put a little bit more of this gunmetal out. And there's some sections of chipping that are like bigger sections of it. So we're going to put a little bit of brush control silver in those chips. I mean, some of these chips are so small I can barely even see them. Right, I think that's about all she wrote for the chips. A little afraid to do it to the face. I think I might do just the tiniest bit on it. I need a tiny, very tiny piece of sponge for this. I'm going to try to put a little bit on the side of the face here. Pow, pow, pow. Just a little bit. Just a tiny little dab. Yeah. More on this leg that could maybe get a little bit of silver. All right. Looking pretty good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think my chat replay on the phone here just died. See if I can get this to come back. Oh no, I can't see chat. Excuse me. It's fine, I'm gonna pull open a window here while I try and get this phone charge up. Okay. We need our on-screen keyboard. I'm leaning over to the side to see through the glare. Oh, solar salutations, eh? YouTube.com. There we go. Ooh, my machine's kind of chugging. Am I losing frames? Might be losing frames there. All right. My computer's very unhappy. Yeah, heat. I love swipe except when it's on. It's fair. Woo boy. It is chug-a-luggin'. Come on, man. There we go. There we go. All right. It's back. It's back. It's back. It's back. Not sure what happened there. Let's close this. Let's return to this. Should be running all right now. What is the problem? Why are you unhappy, phone? Why are you unhappy? Is it too hot? Let's unlock it. Here we go. Here, I'll show y'all. I'll show y'all what I'm looking at here. So I got my old BlackBerry set up so I can watch the chat, because I used to have it with the laptop set here to the side. Because my little screen right here is too small for me to monitor chat. Plus that computer got very unhappy just now. All right, giving this another once over. I think if I chip it anymore, it's gonna start to look a little too ruddy, a little too overdone. Maybe I could get away with some brush chipping here, which means I need to thin this down, even though I said I wasn't gonna. Yeah, I think we need some chips that I control. I was thinking it at the time of Big Mech, but your wee girl sounds like she'd be a Canopian military encouragement officer. Ah, yeah, salute the sun. Oh, because yoga poses and lecherous thoughts go together. Very nice. I see. At least that's where my mind took it. Okay, so we want to do some I'm so scared to do this. I don't want to ruin this model. I think I need to just relax on it. Just relax. God, relax. It'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. Okay. Let's kick this over to the side. We're going to take a moment here and we're going to stir up our dirty down moss. This is a great opportunity to kind of talk about the problem with this product. So This stuff has to be shaken up really, really well, or it does not work properly. Dirty Down cures to a really nice, really nice finish, but it needs to be stirred extremely thoroughly. And it tends to, like, all the active ingredient stuff settles at the bottom. No, I was going more along the track with the excessive energy and zeal portrayed in the cat girl. Yes, that too. Porque no los dos. But here, let me dig some of this crap out to show you. This stuff likes to separate out really, really bad. And you get this chunk at the bottom. If you do not take the time to thoroughly stir this stuff in, every now and then, when it separates bad because it's been sitting on your shelf for months, it is not going to work. It's going to have like it'll finish shiny, and you don't want that. Not with this stuff. So I'm gonna get this stuff stirred up, and we gotta incorporate all that gunk. At the bare minimum, we got to get that ball freed up so I can actually shake it. And it's worth mentioning this because for the longest time I was using the Dirty Down Rust, and it was just like, it was not curing with the effect that I was expecting. It was still shiny. Yeah, now it's free. It wants to go on hot too. Yeah, I wonder if I have a way to heat this up. Not handy, at least. But it's starting to break free. They did warn me at the game store, like, you need to shake this stuff up really good. Okay. Plus, we're just buying a little time right now to let this basing material dry out some. And then I kind of want to put like some little stones on the base, but I don't have any. I wonder what I could use for that. I don't think I can. I ain't got no stone. But we'll put a little moss down. Actually, I guess I could put some of this gravelly stuff down and brush paint it to a gray tone. But I really I want this dry enough to dry brush. So we're killing a little time. Alright, got that ready. I'm going to grab our guest palette again. We're going to grab our PVA glue. Alright, so I need this to dry a little more. I need this to dry out. I think it's dry enough to do a little light dry brush. Okay. So we're going to go with, where was that color? That color I just bought. XV88. Oh, there it is. Scrag Brown. Taking a page out of my last client's book. Alright, my hair is starting to get a little unruly. Blow dryer popping on your graphics card and crank the heck out of BG3. Yeah, you ain't wrong. Okay. Where are we sitting at? 3 hours 52 minutes. This model is getting done tonight, y'all. Well, up to the end, up to the oil wash part. I might even skip the oil wash, actually. Maybe target it to those ribs. Okay, So what we're going to do first is make sure to stand up another 30 times and get, I know I have one up here. I know I have a nice soft dry brush. There we go, right there. We're going to get out our Scrag Brown. Show it to the camera. Come over here. Put a little on the palette. Don't need much. Probably just one touch of the brush, honestly. Gonna grab up another paper towel. Yoinks. We get our dry brush out. Our makeup brush that I use for dry brushing. I'm gonna grab our Scrag Brown. Remove most of it on a paper towel. You know how to dry brush. Make sure to drop the end of it in your paint. And we're gonna grab our boy, our little pizza boy. This is still not small enough of a brush. It is fine. And we're gonna gently brush on that Scrag Brown. If we get a tiny bit on the feet, that's fine. Not intentional. I'm gonna try to avoid it as much as possible. But we're going for nice dusty coating of the old Scrag Brown onto that, whatever the stuff is called. The mud. Sterling mud, I think. Alright. Yeah, this is dry enough. Okay. Get this a-going. Just enough to tickle the tips. Okay. Maybe one more push of it. One more push of this color. A little heavier towards the edge. Punch it up some. It's been the phrase of the night, hasn't it? Punching it up. Okay. There we go. I'm going to dry out our... We're going to rinse out our dry brush. Set it aside, dry brush. Toss it over there. Who's next? Well, I'll tell you who's next. And it is our guest palette. We're going to get back out Mew. Make sure it's filmed right. Zoom. There we go. Going to get out our Elmer's Glue All. We're going to put a big old dollop of this junk on Mew. Not quite the same innuendo when it's Pokemon, and I'm thankful for that. I've unleashed something awful on my channel with them cat girls. Alright, so now that we have some PVA down, we take our little boy off the basing handle, and we're going to apply some PVA. We're going to do some, it's like a low area. We'll do it right there. Get it good and touch it. I guess I could have actually taken my stones and pre-colored them. But what I'm wanting to do here, I'm going to create a little patch of like gravelly rocks with this like ballast stuff, the Gale Force 9 basing grit. And then when it dries up, at least enough to put some wet back on it, we're going to hit it with a little bit of gray and make them gray stones. And then I'm going to hit them with moss after that. So we'll get out our base and grit. Set Moriarty here. And we're just going to coat those sections as liberally as we can. Or, well, till they're coated. Yeah, like so. I'm going to tip off the excess. We're going to tamp it down with our toothpick right here. And then dump that back in. Blow on it. You got these nice little patches of stuff. We're gonna get out our, I think I'm just gonna color it now, and we'll use Gravelord Gray. Get our Gravelord Gray and put a little bit on the palette. And we're going to flood those areas of stone real good with this Gravelord Gray. And yeah, it's going to mix in with the glue and make it take longer to dry, but that's fine. We want to stain it up. And we'll hit it with a, maybe with a dry brush of like a really light gray or something here in a bit. I probably could have used Apothecary White actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but that's fine. It's perfectly hunky-dory. Doing a little wet on wet here. And it'll look fine in the end. Just creating some variation of textures and tonalities. Alright. You got that on there. So, from here, I'm going to use a little bit of our Gale Force 9 Hobby Scenics and get a little bit of the olive color, and we're going to get a little bit of the Hunter Green color. A little bit of both. I have a pair of tweezers somewhere on this chaotic desk. There we go. Gonna break these into a few little pieces. There we go. And we're gonna do the whole dip and stick. Dip and stick. So we'll grab a piece, dip it in our glue, stick it on the base. Grab another piece, dip it in our glue, stick it on the base. Use the toothpick to get it off the tweezers where it's done stuck on there. Continue almost. We're going to grab another little olive piece. Come over here and stick it down. It's not enough glue. Get a little extra glue. Back and forth till it's right. Grab a piece of Hunter Green. Stick it down. Not enough glue. Dip it again. Stick it down. Little piece of olive. Stick it down. Little piece of Hunter Green. Grab it, stick it down. All right. We want these smaller pieces too. I kind of want this busy. I want this base very busy, very visually interesting. one all the way up there. All right. Next up is one of my most favorite little products. And that is, we're going to actually restart this right here. We're going to use our birch seeds. Birch seeds are awesome. Big recommend if you ain't got them in your collection yet. We're going to go with some tan ones, yellowy ones. We're going to go with some red ones. And we'll do a few of these like yellowy green ones. And these look like scale fallen leaves. I think they look incredible on a base. We're going to put some down here and there. Here and there. You could sprinkle these on, but I think in this case it's better to apply them with intentionality and where you intend them to go. Got another red one there. Another little yellow one maybe. And of course this is like a gluey mess right now, but when it dries and cures up it'll look nice. Another one there. Just realized this is a little too much, so we're going to cut that tuft down, put it back down. I may be making this base a little too busy. I think it is too busy. It's fine. I'm feeling the mania, y'all. I'm feeling a little manic, a little excited because we're here at the end of this project. I'm probably trying to pack too much stuff on this little tiny base. It's fine. Gonna go for a very Halloween-y look, I think, with this model in a whole bunch of fallen leaves. Let's see. I still want to hit these sections with the moss, but I think the moss, I think the gray needs to dry out a little more. So from here, I think what we're gonna do is get out our carbon black. We're going to properly black the base rim on this little boy. There we go. All right. Make sure our thumb ain't gonna ruin the model. Grab this filler and start going around the base. Make it look nice. We're so close to done. I can't believe it. If only I had some fishing line, I would glue some of the leaves to the ends of some fishing line to make them stand out a bit. Make them look like they're floating around. I think our little homie's looking pretty damn good. We'll do a whole video about the paint up, edit it up nicely, get the best shots. We're going to show off y'all's models. You enter them over in the Country Fried Minis Discord. If you got a peripheral of your own you ain't painted up yet, if you turn it in by tomorrow night, you're ready to rock and roll. You can enter it over at the Bromat Academy as well as on Country Fried Minis Discord. After all is said and done, over on the Bromat Academy, we're going to be doing a giveaway for a 2-player starter set of Infinity the Game. All right, you got 4 spools. I could loan you one. Man, if only it was that easy. That's just the chaos of my mind, though. Talking about the getting a little bit of monofilament to elevate them. It would look cool to see those leaves floating around. Yeah. I think other than, you know, maybe a leaf or 2 more, it's a whole bunch of hurry up and wait and watch it dry situation right now. How's that? How's that looking, y'all? I think he's about done. Really? I know I said I was gonna oil wash it, but I'm a little worried what the oil wash would do to it at this point, to be honest. I think it might detract from the work. I hope you can see that all right. He's a fun little boy. Moriarty, Carlotta Kowalski's named peripheral. And honestly, at this point, we got a whole bunch of hurry up and wait and watch it dry situation going on. So I think what we're going to do is call the stream for the evening. We're sitting at 4 hours and 11 minutes. To put that into perspective, that is assembly, that is primer, that is start to finish to this point. I probably have another half hour in this model, really. And then I'm going to take some studio pictures. I'm going to post it over to Bromat Academy. And I guess I'm not going to post it. I'm not going to post it to the Country Fried Minis yet. I can't. I might panel highlight but not wash. Yeah, exactly, another Nate. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If I'm going to put in any wash, it's going to be more like up in here to increase the depth. I think I was thinking I was going to grime this up a lot more than I have. I don't think I'm going to do that now. I think I've developed this really bright, fun model. And we're going to go with it. A little bit of a Halloweeny vibe, a little bit of a fall situation going on with the green and orange and the fallen leaves. So I'm pleased with it. Quite happy. He's a fun little model, and I have picked out my color scheme for the Nomads. So for that, I want to thank y'all for joining me here today in the Hobby Hangout here in the Bullshit Corner 2.0. I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to mention that The best way to support the channel right now is by channel membership here on YouTube. For as little as $1 a month, you can join up with the ranks of the Country Fried Biscuits and show your support for the channel. You'll get access to a fun little badge next to your name in the chats. You have access to biscuit-based emojis, as well as a permanent discount to the Threadless store. Just shoot me a message if you want to order a t-shirt over there. I'm adding new designs all the time. We just put one up with the Octavia Grimsdaughter logo. I've got some skulls and some Cthulhu stuff from my tattooing days that I'm going to put up there. So keep an eye out on the Threadless store. Furthermore, if you're not over on the Discord already, come check it out. Check it out down in the description. Join up over there and show us what you're working on. We want to get your input and share and see the community grow. If you really like what you're seeing, keep an eye out for new releases here. Streams will usually happen at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then you know, new stuff all the time. For now, while I'm still in school, I've got this semester, the rest of this semester and next semester. I'm not gonna, you know, kill myself on major releases, but I'm looking at doing this as full time as is feasible going forward. So more fun stuff. I've got plenty of models. I just ordered a 2nd edition Warhammer starter set. We're gonna paint that up. We got some fun stuff coming up. We got a collaboration with Peganeco coming up, and another one with RFD Hobby. So tune back in, check out what we got going on. And I want y'all to remember to be happy while you're painting. And also to remember that you being here and participating and showing your joy for the content makes me happy while I'm painting. I hope to bring you all some fun content in the near future. So check us out as more stuff comes out. In any case, I've been Cameron on behalf of Country Fried Minis. This has been another fun hobby hangout stream. I'll be posting this model for the Bromat Academy contest, and we'll have some more stuff coming out in the future. In any case, lots of love. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll catch you guys in the future. Take it easy, fellas.